Hey, Dimuroy, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Thank you. So, hello everybody. Okay, I was like lazily getting the stream started, not expecting a raid right away. So I'll give a quick preview of what I'm gonna work on today, in a few minutes, and then I'm gonna go get myself some tea. So, um, I I'm taking a break from working on the static site generator to work with the static site generator. I'm using it to make websites, kind of getting some return on my investment, hopefully. Um, in any case, some work has already been done, but some is still ahead of us. And you can see it here, basically. Long story short, I'll redo this explanation in a few minutes once I come back from the tea. Um, from making tea, like in more detail. But long story short, Zig Day is a particular type of event format. It's like meetups, but with a twist. And we finally have one that's going to happen in Milan, here in Italy, soon. And so I made a website, not for the one in Milan, but I made a website for all the Zig Days that will come into existence, hopefully, in the future. So, this website, what's interesting about this website is that it's a website that I maintain primarily, but I have other people contribute to subsections of it. And I'll show you in a moment how I manage, how I restrict access to the website. And then also, what happens is that the website allows people to subscribe via email, for updates to specific meetups that they're interested in. And like, well, for now, you don't have a lot of choice. It's either this one or nothing. But, let's say that there's going to be a second one in France. And so in Paris, and you live near Paris. And so you will want to get updates from the one in Paris, not from the one in Milan, probably. So the idea is that then different Z-Day organizers will be able to change their own things, but not other people's pages, independently, I mean. And then, yes, users can subscribe via email to updates if they want to. And the system basically allows event organizers to email people subscribed to them via the website, but without knowing, like I'm not going to share people's emails with event organizers. So it's kind of interesting because it's a few different things that come together to create a system that kind of works. That's kind of smart, but it's also based on a static site generator and a GitHub repository. So just so that we're clear, there is no database involved. There is no host server really past GitHub pages for statically hosting the website, and a newsletter service called Button Down. So that thing does have a database, but on my end, I don't have anything. So I'll show you in a moment how this whole thing is supposed to work. It's kind of cool. So give me a sec. I'm gonna put a 10-minute timer, and then we can start. I also have to do a chore. I have to reply to an email off stream before I can start streaming. So I'm gonna do that once I come back from making tea. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, microwave tea. Let's go. Let us go. Okay, I hope that everybody's having a good day. So, what are we doing? Oh, I have to do my chores, so I'm also gonna do that, but in a minute. Uh, Let me show you maybe around a little bit on the website. Again, it's not particularly good looking. I haven't done like design work really. But hey, your site. But so the way it works is that there's a map. Every Zig day has a pin on the map. By the way, let me show you how this is wired in, because it's also kind of nice in my opinion. So the way it works is this. Every Zig day has an entry. Well, not necessarily under Europe, but it has an entry. Well, you know what? For now, let's just talk about Europe. So in Europe, there's going to be a bunch of cities. Every city is a Zig day. It's a local Zig day. And the way it works is that Europe is basically a section, and then every sub-page of the Europe section is expected to be a city. So Milano / index SMD, that's going to be a sub-page of Europe. And so the way it works is that, let's ignore the RSS stuff for now, but it has in custom fields, it has a locale, a nation, which for now we don't do anything about with, but it has latitude and longitude. So for example, if I were to change these things dramatically, I don't know, 3, what happens now? We moved it. It's now somewhere in France. And now it's not Milan anymore. Now it's somewhere in France. Okay, back to Italy. So how does this stuff work? Like, how do we? Oh no, should not have done this. Fuck. Okay. Okay. So we were saying, how do we? Wait, we were not even looking at this thing. What was I showing you? Oh, I was showing you. Okay, I was showing you this. So, how do we wire this stuff in? So on the main page, which is index.html, I don't know why I was typing main. So in index.html, we list all these pages here, right? And as we list them, and we do that with a loop. So there's a div with a loop. Every one of these things, every entry becomes, this outer thing is a loop on a single section. So it's kind of dumb. But the moment that I add something else, like for example, I don't know, America, then I will be able to do America and add it here, and then there will be Europe and then America below it. For now, this is like a single element loop. It's kind of silly, doesn't do much. But in any case, so this prints the name of the, let's say continent. And then for each continent, there's cities, and cities is it's a nested loop, and for each city, there's a link. And so this is what contains, this is Milano, basically, this link here. And what do we do here? We also put latitude and longitude as data attributes to this element. And then there's a script at the bottom that loops over all links under cities. And for each one of these bad boys, creates a marker, puts it in the map, and basically puts in a pop-up, like this tiny thing that shows up when you click on it. It puts in there the basically the same thing that we render here. So since this thing is an anchor, we do outer HTML, and so this basically repeats the anchor with these things. So it's kind of funny, but it works. And I don't know, maybe eventually we'll need to style these things differently, so this will be more explicit. But the point is, we list all entries in here, we bind the metadata to the HTML element, and then we pick up this information from JavaScript, which is not bad. You could do it in a more direct way, right? In theory, but also Also, we don't have the ability to properly template JavaScript much in Zine. You can do some templating of JavaScript. There are ways of doing so, but it's kind of annoying. And at the end of the day, it's also, I don't know, kind of ugly to look at. It's kind of, I don't know. I feel like it's not pleasant to reason about. This approach is not bad. Maybe not the most efficient, but it's not a bad approach. You bind the data to the element that kind of represents that entity, and then you loop over that stuff with JavaScript. It works. It's decent. The day that we start having, I don't know, like 10,000 different Z days, then maybe we'll find a different approach, I guess. So in any case, you click on Milan, and then there's basically some templating logic. Again, it's super ugly. It's not really good looking what I'm doing, but the website, I haven't styled it yet nicely. But, there's like a banner, and everybody can make their own banners, and they can personalize this. This banner was made, for example, by the organizer of the Zig Day in Milan. You might think that I'm the one organizing the Zig Day in Milan. I'm not. It's somebody else. So then there's the thing that shows upcoming events, and you can create multiple events. And here's is the get notified section, which I think is also kind of interesting. So people can subscribe to the RSS feed, and that is not surprising because you just need to generate an RSS feed. Zine can do that, so yay. But we also have emails. And emails, as I said, works in conjunction with button down. What's nice about button down is that button down allows you to send out emails automatically based on an RSS feed. So the way it works is that whenever you create a new event, which from the perspective of the website means creating a new sub page of the Milan location. So Milano has index, which represents the subsection, and then every other markdown page under here is a sub page. So for now, I chose as as the way you name event pages to use the date. And it's a choice. You could do also something different, but it works. In any case, you create these other pages. Every one of these pages becomes an entry in the RSS feed, just like it would, you have the blog section, and then every post in there is a sub page of the blog section, except that in this case, it's events. So that goes on the RSS feed. Button down picks up that information from the RSS feed and sends out emails. The last bit of magic is that it doesn't send out emails to everybody. Hello, Tyler. But it sends out emails to only people that have subscribed to this particular Zig Day. Even though this is one mailing list, there is the Zig Day mailing list, only one mailing list. But button down gives you the ability to tag users, to give them tags. And so basically what I'm doing here is that when people sign up from this form, they have there's this hidden form value that basically says, this person is signing up to Europe Milano. The reason why I'm like, this is how I'm representing Europe/Milano is because it's convenient, because it allows me to use basically the section link as the identifier in a couple of places. So it's just, it works. It's convenient. So what does that mean? Well, it means basically that you subscribe from this, your account gets tagged with that tag, and then button down is configured to only email people that have that tag with entries from this RSS feed. And I can give multiple RSS feeds to button down, and each RSS feed can be mapped to a different tag, and it just works. So people, event organizers. So what happens with event organizers is that they collaborate with me on this repository. Like I add them to this repository. For example, here you can see Francesco. He is the organizer of the Milan, of Zig Day Milan. And I have a code owners that says that I have a code owners plus a repository settings that says that you cannot push to master branch. Every push has to go through a PR. The PR requires approval from the corresponding code owner, and you cannot merge the PR otherwise. So that means that basically, since in here I'm basically the owner of everything unless a more precise rule applies. And in this case, well, it's not exactly more precise. It's like unless a downstream rule applies. So basically, the last rule that matches is the one that wins. And so in here, if basically here, Francesco is able to modify any file under Content Europe Milano on his own. He will still have to create a PR, but he will be able to merge the PR in autonomy. While if he tries to change anything like layouts or something else, then that PR will require my approval to be merged. Or, well, it's a little bit more nuanced than this. Let's say if he tries to change a layout, yes, that will require my approval. But then if you imagine a future where there's like 2, 3, 4, 5 different organizers and 3, 4, 5 different locations for Zig Days, then each one of them will be able to change their own stuff independently. They could try to change one another's stuff, which is not necessarily, done with malicious intent. But in any case, if that happens, then the owner of that thing will have to approve the PR before the PR can be merged. So nobody can change things without them knowing. And in any case, they basically only have control over content files. Layouts and other more, let's say, sensitive stuff, I control myself. And that is not a bad setup. That goes also in conjunction with the requirement that APR to be merged requires, I can't show you this because I deleted everything, but I was testing CI failure, but basically APR to be merged also requires green CI. If your CI is not green, here I introduce like an error on purpose. If your CI is not green, you can't merge, which is also a nice property. So yeah, and what's so funny is that in all of this, it's like one static site generator, GitHub pages, GitHub actions, and button down, and like you have basically this system coming into existence pretty much on its own. I don't have to maintain a server. I don't have to maintain any service. I have to pay for button down. That is indeed true. But when it comes with mailing lists, like you can't escape. You have to pay. Those things are annoying. You really don't want to maintain on your own the infrastructure for sending out mailing lists, which, to be clear, for people who are not familiar with this idea, it's different than maintaining your own email servers, which, to be honest, it's already not really fun. Depending on how serious you want to be about it, maintaining your own email server, not fun. But when it comes to mailing lists, especially, super not fun. So paying for a service is overall a reasonable way. It's like it's better to spend money than to spend your time on that problem, in my opinion. So yeah, with this we have a pretty decent system where I can add people. They can't be too naughty. Yeah. So what are we missing here? What do we want to add? I was looking into calendar stuff the other day, and I was looking into it because I wanted it for Zig.show, and I still do. But also who would benefit 10 times as much? Zig Day. Zig Day would totally love to have calendar invites placed next to upcoming events. So yeah. So what I think I want to do next is actually add calendar stuff to Zig Day. And then after that, I don't know. I think this will take some time. And then after that, I don't know. How's my calendar? Do I have embarrassing stuff showing up here? Not really. Nothing particularly damning. So, yeah. So that means that I can even test this stuff locally. Try to add stuff to my calendar. See if it updates. Also, I was asking Gemini. You know what? I don't like the Gemini pronunciation, even if it might be the right one. I'll go with Gemini. Apologies. I'm going full Italian. I'm going unapologetically full Italian. Yeah, there we go. So basically, it gave me a good explanation on one important thing: the distinction between creating a calendar event that is like a one-time import versus specifying that this location is an event that you subscribe to and then you can use to check for updates. So there's like a couple more like things that you add to it. It's not even all that hard, honestly. And once you add this stuff, you can specify that the event, basically that the calendar app should go check there for updates. Actually, can I like somehow check for get info? Get info does nothing. Is there a button to, oh, there's refresh all. Maybe a refresh all is what we want. Basically, I want to be able also to trigger like an update manually and see what this guy does. Okay, in any case, we basically want to do this. So here's something funny about this. What's funny about this is that we need to template this file, but we don't really have a templating language for it. Because so Zine has, let's say, one templating language and a half. It has the ability to format strings. So if your string has like, it's very minimal. Like if your string has like curly braces, like open curly, close curly, nothing else. Like it has to be open, close curly right away. No specifiers inside of any kind. No personalization of absolutely any kind. But if you have that, then you can basically, you have 5 of those in the document, and then you pass 5 arguments, and then they get super Ical, and then make it work. The other one is, well, super HTML, right? It allows you to template HTML files. It is true that people that have that is a different Gemini than the Gemini protocol. Indeed. Yes, this is Gemini, whatever, the Google AI thingy. So the idea, what do you mean briefly confused? Why would I ask about iCalendar? What's the relationship between iCalendar and the Gemini protocol? So, yeah, so people that use Jinja or similar languages, man, they have this language, right? They have Jinja that they can use to template whatever they want, and we don't. So how are we gonna get out of this pickle, huh? How are we ever gonna do it? How are we ever gonna do it? Maybe there is no solution for us. Maybe there is nothing we can do. What happens when you return a reference to a literal struct? How is that reference valid? Where is the memory it refers to? If you return a pointer to a struct literal, the struct literal, well, it depends, because your question unfortunately is slightly underspecified. If the struct literal is fully com time known, then the struct literal will go into read only. It will be hard coded inside your binary, so it will have a basically a global lifespan, kind of like string literals. A string literal goes into raw data and stays there for the entire existence of your program, so you can pass pointers to those things around and they will always be valid. But if the struct literal inside of it references runtime values, that means that struct literal cannot exist. You cannot just put it into raw data because, since it depends on runtime data, you will need to be able to potentially generate different instances of that thing that, maybe has a field that points to something else. And that if that something else changes at runtime, then you can't just have one, you need to have multiple ones. So that means that struct literal will live in frame memory, in the functions frame, and it is undefined behavior to return a pointer to it. Sorry, I should say illegal behavior. In this case, you can see that this is a struct literal where every value in it is a pointer to function. Every value in it is known at compile time. It's a pointer to a function that is like defined in here. So it's not like a pointer to a function that is runtime data that gets passed around. It literally points to this. So this struct goes inside our raw data. Prasnet, there's a simpler solution. I was actually being sneaky and untruthful earlier when describing the problem. Check this out. Here's one thing that we can do. We actually, honestly, we don't really have anything to envy to Jinja users. Literally nothing. So here's how so to be honest, having a templating language tailored to this specific file format, assuming that you need to do like having templating, like your templating needs to have like, a bunch of logic in it, and that has to be kind of serious. Having a tailored templating language would be by far the superior choice. 100% the better tool. But we can make do. Even if we don't have Jinja or Jinja style stuff, we can make do. Here's how it works. Well, an HTML file can contain, stuff also that isn't just HTML tags, right? It works. I mean, you could argue that an HTML file that only contains like plain text is kind of a malformed HTML file because you normally would want to have proper framing, right? HTML elements, head, body, you kind of want that framing, which is what is required to have a like well-structured HTML file. Really care. So here's how I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do hx ical.shtml. I'm gonna paste in here the full ical bullshit thing. Now we're gonna personalize this and check what I'm gonna do. Your static site you see? Well, actually, we don't even need to do this here because this can be hard coded. So this can be. Is this like does it have to be a website? I think I asked for another example to Claude. Let's see what Claude has for us. example inc. Okay, so this can be just straight up Zig day. Refresh interval duration. This is like 1 day. I think we can turn this down to 6 hours, which I think it's a better choice for this type of event. So let's go back to where Gemini explains the syntax. Let's pick an example that we like more. PT 6 hours. Source value URI, domain.com, blah, 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 canonical URL, optional backup. Okay, so this does need to be templated. This bad boy requires us to put tags. Ooh, now that I think about it, if we treat, wait a second, if we treat this file as an RSS feed, this is actually blowing my mind. We don't have to create separate ones. We can even create a single one that we keep updating RSS feed style, right? Like basically one that keeps adding new events to it. Does that work? Can you do that? I guess I need to ask. I need to ask Gemini for this info. So maybe we just create one and we treat it as an RSS feed. Yeah, but the question is not just that. Yeah, this is defined in here. The question is, if you add events, will they be automatically added to the calendar by the person? Is there like some other kind of protocol to like protect the user from people abusing this kind of shit? But no, I think it makes sense. It's probably fine. So yeah, they get added. Cool. Okay, so we need to to do this stuff. Also, check this out, man. Check what we can do. So this is going to be page dot page dot right. So we want to link to an alternative. The problem is this now doesn't work with the released version of Zine. So for now, let's do it like this: page.link dot prefix events.ics. This is where we're going to put it. And now we can do this. Oh, fuck. It's indenting this. The auto formatter is adding indentation. This might be... This is 100% a problem for this file format. We need to... Okay, let's do text. We're gonna lose syntax highlighting, but it's fine because yeah, it's unfortunate. This is a bad interaction, but it's fine. Okay. So with this, we have URL set correctly. Actually, you know what? Maybe instead of 6 hours, 1 day is good enough. I changed my mind. 1D. Begin the event. Okay, so this is an event. And this one we loop. Page.subpages. Begin event. Unique ID. Must be unique and stable. Also, why is this something at? Not really clear, but okay. So UID, that can be page dot, well, no, loop ID dot date dot format, and then we say 02, actually 2006 underscore 0102. Okay. Now we need to do the freaking timestamp. The add Zig.day is just something you need to Zig.day. That makes sense. Time the event object was created / updated in the file. So this can be good question. When this was created / updated in the file, I guess it's the same as last modified. So if it's the same as last modified, fuck, I was kind of tempted to put it here on the CTX, but actually I believe the last modified is even optional. We could actually drop it. The one that matters is sequence. Sequence is the one that really matters. Well, we'll see. So dollar loop IT date format. So yeah, but we can't just do the date. Wait, for this one we have to do. I think that we need to put here the build date. Build generated dot format. Then the format is 2006 0102 T, and I just do not remember the time. Does it even matter, honestly? Hello, Vincent. Did I make good docs for this? Please tell me I made good docs for this. Also, this fucking website needs to, I need to update the layout a little bit. Build It's a date. Show me. I should have gone to date from here. Now that I can. Yeah. Format. What's the time? 1504. Okay, 1504 Z. There we go. So this is the correct DT stamp. DT start is not build generated, but it's loop IT. Loop IT date. Yeah. Now here's the problem. The problem is we don't have date math. We don't have like add a duration, which is annoying. I guess for now we use the same for both. We'll see what happens, I guess. Also, we don't want the Z anymore for this one. And we want to specify another thing. Is it location? No, it's not location. I have it on here. No, I think this guy never showed me. I think we saw that in the RFC. Was it location? No, it's not location. Where is it? Time zone identifier. There we go. So here's how we do it. Man, hello. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to the weirdest fucking stream. So, hello, everybody. What are we doing today is I have a website where I can put events on. It's like some kind of thing that allows you to run Zig meetups. Long story short, I'm sparing you all the details. And one feature that I want to add to it, it's a static website. And the thing basically, and the feature that I want to add to it is a calendar. Basically, the idea is that you subscribe to the calendar and you get new events in your calendar as they happen. And the funny thing is, you can totally make that stuff work with a static site generator because there's a file format, iCalendar, so it's like iCal files that you can basically structure as, roughly speaking, as an RSS feed. So you add entries to it and you update them even, and it works. There's like some caveats, but basically I'm working on templating one of these bad boys and see if my calendar application can make sense of the generated mess. So my templating language is designed for HTML. So that's why I'm inlining stuff that looks like HTML into my thing here. So yeah, that is such is life. So one way of doing it is that we specify the time zone in here like this. An alternative would be that we always use UTC times, but we do in the time zone on the at the scripty level. Maybe that is the preferable approach. We don't just do date, but we do date in and then format. That seems a good idea, honestly. Let me think if there's any downside to this. I don't think there is, honestly. I mean, I don't know if we can even trust these things to actually do this math right. So let's do it ourselves for now. Okay, so we have timestamp, start and end, summary, description. Summary, I guess, is kind of the title. So like Zig Day Milano, and then pound sign. Fuck, pound signs are comments. Do you escape the pound sign? Hopefully that works. Can you escape a pound sign? This file format, man. There's a comment property. There is no mention of comments in the grammar. Well, you know what? I guess we'll see what happens. To have subtraction, we only have plus. Bro. Fuck. How can we not have subtraction? I think having like remaining, like a remaining property also wouldn't be bad. Well, I guess at least I can divide by -1. So there's that. Okay, that's dumb, but at least we can do this. works. Okay, let's see what happens afterwards. Then description, details about the event. I guess we can just put a link. Location. loopit.custom get address sequence. You know, that's also interesting because this is something that we could query Git for. Like we could ask the number of edits to the current file. That would work. But for now, let's do it semi-manual. So loop it custom get version. Doesn't have to be sequential. Are you saying that I could put like some kind of like number made up of our dates? Like I could use our dates as a weirdo number and it would work? I mean, why not, right? Well, I mean, why not just the last modified date? Oh, but we don't really have that. Um, we used to have some of that, but I don't think we do that, and we don't have that anymore. Build. We have Git. Okay, let's see what we have in here. Also, Git question mark returns a non-optional Git. That's also a mistake in the docs. We have commit hash. We have commit date. Date of the current commit. Commit message, author name, author email. But branch. So we don't have we don't have space. We don't have page specific information. We have general Git information. We don't have page specific information. So maybe we can just turn our date into a number. Yeah. Yeah, basically that's also what I was thinking. We could even chop off 3 numbers from the year, keep just the year. Actually, even the year we could, well, no. Just in case, we basically keep 1 digit for the year and then MMDD. We could do that, honestly. The problem, though, is that right now we don't have that because here's what we have. We have when the last commit happened. We have when we are generating this page, but since we don't have caching, we are always regenerating this page. So, For now, sequence is going to be something that you have to bump up manually whenever you edit one of these things. Maybe in the future we'll be able to do better, but I think for now it's like, it's reasonable, it's decent. Okay, we have our Ical thingy. Uh, let's see what happens as we try to template this bad boy. So now we go into Milan and we say, you know what? There's also a second alternative, a second super fun alternative. Maybe called it Ical. Okay, calendar. And that outputs events.ical. And then now here we have more stuff to provide for these to build successfully. Yeah, we're missing time zone, for example. And we are missing also... no, wait a second. Time zone is not specified in here. Time zone is specified in the event. Wait, give me a sec. We should not get the time zone from this. We should do... The time zone belongs like to the event page, not to the specific event. Although, to be fair, what if the Zig Day Milan decides to have a fancy, I don't know, event at Hawaii or something? But you know, if the, we'll I guess we'll get there once that becomes a thing. So that means that we can just do $ctx.tz. Fuck. I think you know what? I think I should be able, well, if I do move, I think I should be able to do this. What does Zin say? Invalid layout in alternatives. Uh, Analyze page, analyze front matter. Why are we complaining about the alternative? Like, who's causing that error to be generated? Here we don't. Oh, I know why. Because we do not pick up .txt files. That's the problem. Okay, so we cannot call this thing .txt. Maybe we should add support for that. But it's fine. So we can't do that. That's fine. Okay, so now we need to do the time zone stuff. Next problem is version. Version instead E has to be a property of the individual event. Unexpected comma, expected dot, or curly. What are you talking about? Is it the comment that's causing this thing to freak out? I guess comments are not allowed inside of maps. I'm guessing. In any case, for now, we don't worry about this. I think we might be good now. Yeah, we're good. So let's go take a look at our ICS. Oh. Okay, it downloaded. That's not really what I wanted. But fine. So, publish duration P1D, source value URI, events, ICS. We're missing the host URL. That is bad that we're missing that thing. That is actually really bad that we're missing that thing. And then, so this is wrong, but I'm gonna fix this in future version of Zine. I don't know why I haven't fixed this yet. I'm dumb. For now, I guess we can hard code this stuff. Begin event. Also, now that I think about it, we probably want this to be also unique across different calendars. So this needs to be not just the date, but also something like this. I'm gonna change this though. This is not gonna be good right now. So uh, we can do page.title for now. We can do it like this, I guess. We can do underscore page parent section title, another underscore, and then page title at Zig Day. Okay, let's see how this looks like now. Yep. Oh, we didn't put Z's in here. We need to put Z's. Description. The description is also not great. Okay, let's fix this stuff. Oh, this has these escape here. I wonder what this will do. Okay, let's put some Z's back. Okay, so we have that. Download the copy. Okay, this now seems not bad. Is there some kind of validator? Ba-ba-da-ba-da-bam. Validate. 5 warnings, 7 errors. Jesus Christ. Blank line detected. Specification that address the use of blank lines. Okay. Line length should not exceed 75 characters. Somehow I suspect that both these things are going to be fine because these are like stupid fucking restrictions. Let's see actual problems. Missing colon near line 7. Also, what the heck happened here? What happened here? Um, line 7. The link does absolutely nothing. This value must be a valid date time. Why don't you like about this? Source semicolon? No, that is correct. Um, there has to you have your comment is actually reasonable. You might be thinking this format is using colons as separators, right? The fuck is a semicolon doing there? Well, it turns out that this stupid fucking format has semicolons, colons, equal signs, commas, and weird as fuck hierarchies. So no, that semicolon there is at least structurally wise correct. Now this URL, oh sorry, I garbled the input. But in any case, this URL is stupid as fuck. How am I generating this thing so wrong? Oh, it's prefix. I'm dumb. Okay, so this is fixed. Line 7. Oh, wait, is it complaining about missing colons in empty lines? Yeah. Yeah. Invalid distance value must be a valid datetime value. Okay, so the actual only complaints that it has is for datetime values, but what does it not like about these guys? 2025 05 17 T and then Z. The RFC is absolute S. Yes. It's giga S. And I think that also these validators are like turbo S in turn. Buka Place. What the fuck is Buka Place, dude? About the iCalendar validator. So there is no other iCal validator, really? Oh, these ones. Is there like a non? They all necessarily require a URL. I guess I need to push. So this is the only one that is able to deal with these things. Okay, so I guess the question would be, how can we get rid of these empty lines? The answer is that it's actually not that hard. We basically just do this. Again, not delightful, if I have to be honest, but it can be done. So there you go. Okay, there's a line length problem. And then it really fucking hates my dates. Date T time. Dude. And then Z. Year 1998 01 19 T. Oh, wait a second. Hours, minutes, seconds. We're missing seconds. Yeah, we have hours, minutes. We were missing seconds. How do you specify seconds in this format? Zero five. So 05, 05, 05, 05. Let's see. Timestamp done. Start and done. Last modified done. I think that was it, right? Here's a date, but we use it for something else. Okay, we should be good. Why is a line supposed not allowed to be more than 75 characters long? It's there we go. Success, no errors, just one warning. We succeeded. We fucking succeeded. So also, according to Gemini, we can give people a link to this. Like we can link this in the web browser, like in a fancy way, by doing webcall as the protocol. So let's do this. We might even want to offer people like both choices, like subscribe to the full calendar of these event versus only to this one event. I think we should offer people a choice. And I think we can do that, right? It's like we just generate two different files. So what do I want to do now? I think I want to commit, right? No, wait. I want to wire this stuff into the UI. So we go to location as HTML. Past events. Get notified. ChatGPT suggested you to use Zine, but you have no idea what it is? Really? You can go to zine-ssg.io to learn. I guess here's what we can do. It's still kind of ass, but see all details, and then we can do dash, and then NAZ conference is in Berlin. Not quite, but there is going to be in October the Zigtoberfest in Munich. Zigtoberfest.de. It's going to be in Munich, 25th of October. So it's actually, I believe, after Oktoberfest is done. So it's going to be ideally, hopefully, less insane than during proper Oktoberfest. And yeah, keep in mind it's not exactly a conference. It's going to be a one-day event. So I mean, you can have, I guess, one-day conferences. Although usually Software You Can Love is like a 3-day conference. But in any case, so there's this. Also, not in Berlin, closer than October, there's going to be systems distributed in Amsterdam. It's going to be in June. And Andrew is going to be there. Matt Clad is going to be there. I'm going to be there. Yoran is going to be there. There's also other people who are not exactly Zig people. So, and this is not a Zig conference, but Tiger Beetle, it's a Zig project. So there's like Zig presence there. So if you're interested in this, check also that out. I guess this stuff should go into the get notified stuff. So webcall, I guess we have to do it this way. This is gonna suck. This is 100% gonna suck. Dollar page dot link dot suffix. I guess the problem is I could link to the alternative, but there are two problems. Linking to the alternative forces the protocol. In case, so suffix events.ics prefix webcall colon / z.day / You can also subscribe to the event calendar. And it offers to open it with calendar. Okay, I'm not gonna add this because it's kind of insane, like the local host one. Let me see if the inspect webcal zig.day / Europe. Oh, it's also like it's our coded URL, right? I'm not using the host URL, so it's fine. Okay, let's wait for this stuff to go up and let's see what happens. There we go. You can subscribe to the event calendar, open calendar URL, subscribe, calendar info. Right, because it shows up as a calendar. Sig Day Milan. Can we suggest a name here? Subscribe to blah blah blah. No, I think because this is something the user needs to personalize. Yeah, put it on iCloud. Remove alerts attachments. I guess. Auto refresh every day. And so now we have it. There we go. Son of a bitch. Those comments were not part of the file format. The link works though. Honestly, this is pretty slick. Holy fucking shit. This is pretty fucking slick. Are you doing backend in Zig? Honestly, man, I don't even know what am I doing. Is this backend? Is this front end? I don't even know anymore. It's like I'm now past those terms. I don't even know. Like this distinction to me means nothing. I'm like Dr. Manhattan of of web development. I'm templating fucking Ical files. It works. It fucking works. Oh man, here's what I'm gonna do now. You see that we have this bug, right? Let's fix that bug. In your site. I'm making do with Super HTML because I don't want to make Super Ical. Okay, so now we wait a little bit. And after we wait a little bit, we fetch the update. I have to say one thing. Why are we even bothering with RSS feeds when the problem is that normal users don't have an RSS reader on their machine anywhere, except everybody has a calendar app. It's basically a built-in RSS feed reader in your application, if you think about it, with notifications, with the ability to update entries in a way that RSS doesn't really specify, so you never know what the fuck happens when you update an RSS feed entry. Package main. I have a YouTube channel about Go, but next video will be on Zig. How cool error handling in Zig is. Nice. Let me check. Holy shit, 10,000 subscribers. Nice. Well, I hope that you enjoy having some Zig content. My suggestion is if you publish something about Zig, make sure to link it somewhere so that people, know that you made it. People in the Zig community are interested in this stuff. For example, falling in love with Zig now. Well, I think that in some ways, I used to do a lot of Go also myself, and I don't mind it. Like I generally used to like it. Lately, I like it less because going back from Zig to Go, for example, means that I don't have access to try, I don't have access to Zig style error handling, and man, that's pain. That's definitely pain. But yeah, nice in any case. Very cool, very cool. Let's see, what's your most popular video? Building a desktop app in Go using Whales. Holy shit, you have a setup? Nice. Desk, microphone, laptop. Very cool. Well, If you're ever interested in doing some kind of like episode where you want to chat about Zig related stuff, let me know. I would be happy to do that if you want. What were we doing? We were waiting for this to update. Huh? Yeah, no, that makes total sense. So this hasn't updated yet, but that's fine. Get info, subscription setting, unsubscribe. Get info. Okay. I think I had somewhere some kind of update thing. Where did I press to trigger a refresh? Wait, maybe that has to go away first? Create quick event. I swear there was a button. Refresh all. We did refresh. And this escape is bad. Unfortunately, this escape is bad. But we mostly succeeded. Kind of incredible that we got this far. Kind of incredible. So we have a calendar. We have a fucking calendar going, and it doesn't require any real moving piece. That is insane in my mind. Absolutely insane. So awesome. Let me actually share this news with the organizer. This is so fucking cool. Okay. Uh, so next thing that we want to do is link to downloading in an individual IECS file, right? Okay, so we were saying this is fine. Then for upcoming event, let's do CL details and then dash. Fuck, I can't link to an alternative without problems. Okay, so we have to do this. We have to do this also on the event page as well. I think this stuff should also be embedded in the RSS feed, which in turn makes it embedded in the email template. By the way, like thinking of Ical stuff as RSS is so funny. Um, not exactly right, but also not wrong enough to be a dumb idea. Let's just put it that way. This is gonna be so good when I add it also to Zig.show. Okay, so format, blah blah blah, page, add this event to your calendar. We were saying, see all details. So you have the map. Where's the map? Here's the map, and then below it, we do add this event to your calendar. And then we also want to have the subscribe to all events. Maybe. No, I think it's fine. Okay, now we have to create event.ecs. So here we need to kind of create an alternative. So event SHML, I don't know what to call it. I guess that works. There we go. And then we have to create that one. Okay, and now we have to follow instead what Claude was suggesting we did, which is a subset of this. So no method publish. So we drop these things, we drop refresh interval, method we leave publish, UID we leave the same. Description, location, sequence. We can update sequence, so it's fine. Okay, the difference though is that a few things, wait a second. So here's a few things that have to be different. What is loop IT? Needs to become page. Actually, wait. What is page needs to become something else. Yeah. Build is fine. Okay, no more of that. I think we're missing something though. Where is $ctx.tz? We kind of dropped that. Yeah. Which was part of this. Fuck it. Okay, I think we should be good. Oh, event ECS. Yeah, you were right. Do. Erroneous end tag line 14. Hmm. Erroneous end tag line 14. What did I fuck up? Oh, there we go. What happened? Dollar loop is not set. Shit. We don't know. We don't know our ID anymore. Oh, that is problematic. That is freaking problematic. Um, that is indeed freaking problematic. The funny thing is, a page kinda knows this information. It is, well, it's not exactly, the information is not exactly written inside the page, but getting it shouldn't be too problematic. But with the stuff that we have at our disposal right now in the templating language, oh, it's pain, man. It's fucking pain. It's absolute fucking pain. There is no nice way of doing this right now. The problem is not the UID. The problem is I basically want to I want to have as the event title Zig Day Milan number 20, number 21, number 22. The problem is getting the information of what is our index in the array of pages in this section. We had this information before because before we were actually looping over all of these guys. And so it was very natural to obtain that information from the loop index. But now we're not really looping that way anymore. Huh. Okay, in any case, so loop IT date. Okay, we have that. Okay, that leaves us with the, like, if I just were to delete this pound sign thing, it would work. Problem is, so the way we make this work is by actually looping and then Hmm. Honestly, this is information that I should probably cache into the page because otherwise it's computationally super intensive. So here's what we do. We regress this feature just a little bit and we say, you know what? This event is just going to have it's just going to be called Zig Day. No number in this version. For now. In the future, we're going to make this better. Do we need last modified? I mean, I think it's fine. Okay, so we have this thing, which now works. So next thing I want to do is, I think actually nothing. That's it, right? We have it. Adding a new event. Select the calendar. Yeah, okay. I'm guessing that it works pretty much. So yeah, that's it. Okay. So we have this. We're deploying. Nice. Honestly, of all these things, like at the end of the day, the email notification integration is not even all that interesting. The other ones seem superior. Like having this stuff added to your calendar directly seems good. RSS, if that's what you're into, seems good. Huh. In any case, you know what? Doesn't matter what your kink is. We have it. We can fulfill it. You're into RSS feeds, can get some. You're into iCal, you can get your Ical fix both as a calendar and as an individual event. Okay, so we did it. In the end, the Ical spelunking paid off. What if I wanted to add it to org agenda? Oh god, how do you add stuff to org agenda? I don't even know. Well, I mean, you know what? You can just copy paste the delightful IECS file in there, and it's like, I mean, write it by hand. Yeah, and then just copy paste the iCal stuff in there. It's, I mean, it looks so good. It's so human readable that there's no way of there's almost no way of telling apart uh the file format from what you would write as a human being. It's so nice. Anyway, yeah, very human. Great human design. Made by humans for humans. Absolutely. Okay, so uh this is pretty nice. We succeeded. So with this done, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna make myself another cup of tea because I feel like I kind of deserve it. And then I don't know, we do some website design. To be honest, this website right now is not particularly good looking. I think that structurally it's good, but the structure, it's not like, it's missing a visual component that helps you grok the structure a little bit nicely. Probably didn't get a kettle. No, I did not get a kettle, Tenak. I'm so sorry. Well, I mean, to be honest, I didn't get a kettle also because I do have one. But, I once every time I enter the kitchen, it's like the convenience of the microwave. It's unbeatable. So yeah, my kettle is there. I use it sometimes. But you microwave water? Yes, drone leg. I microwave water. Hey Matt, what is a Zig Day? Yo, Matt, actually, have you seen anything of what I'm doing with Zig Day? Like, are you asking as a joke or are you asking genuinely? Not at all. Okay. To microwave water. There's a desolator. You have no idea what the truth is here. you have no idea what the truth is here. uh so I saw an Italian blue sky post. Okay, so here's the idea, Matt. Zig Day is the, does this webkyle : work? I have no clue. I am scared. Well, you know what? To be honest, maybe the browser could solve this problem. Honestly, maybe the browser would be able to solve this. Yeah. In any case, it's fine. So as I was saying, Matt, Zig Day is basically the Tables Day event format, but as a standalone event without a conference attached to it. So you meet up in the morning, you start, doing stuff together, mostly programming in a collaborative way, or you do other stuff, you chat, and you pretty much spend the entire day doing that. It's Tables Day, long story short. Like a smaller scale Tables Day. Our last Tables Day had like 150 people in it, and it's a ton of people. These events usually are like, I don't know, 20 people when there's a ton of people already in it. Like 20 is already a lot. Um, so uh, this is a nice format, and I wrote a blog post a while ago telling people to consider using this format instead of doing the normal meetup stuff, because it's like meet at 6:30 p.m., listen to one or two talks, chug some food, and try to chat as much as you can, and then it's already too late and you have to go. Everybody has to go home. So instead of doing that, the idea was, no, let's do like on weekends, probably Saturday. Let's do on Saturday this kind of long full day event. Now, we finally had somebody organize one in Milan. So I'm not the one organizing it, but another person who was a Software You Can Love has decided to start organizing one and has done all the legwork to make that happen. And so I happen to own Zig.day. And so I'm making a Zig.day website, not just for this one Zig Day, but the idea is for all Zig Days. And so here's how it works. I make the website. I make the main website. You, as a event organizer, you chat with me, and we create a section for your event. So like right now we have Europe, Milan. In your case, we would add Canada, Vancouver, for example. And so what happens is that you basically get this subsection of the website that is yours. Yours to some degree. Basically, you have like an index page where you can fill out some like an about section for your event. And then whenever you add an event, you add an entry on the website. Kind of like it's a blog, right? And then you push a new entry on the blog, but every entry is an event here. So what happens is that entries set to the future show up as upcoming events. You can go to the event page. There's a bit of metadata and calendar stuff that not calendar, mapping stuff that basically, pulls up coordinates and shows a pin on the map, which is pretty decent. And then like when, where, about the event, blah, blah, blah. And here's also what other features this website offers. There's using Zine, I can generate an RSS feed, obviously, of events. So you can subscribe to events through an RSS feed. You can also do email subscription. I'm using Button Down for this. So the way it works is that people can subscribe. They get automatically tagged. There's like a hidden field in this form that says that they want to be tagged with the Europe/Milan event. Well, Zig Day. And then basically Button Down will automatically email them based on entries in this RSS feed. So in Button Down, I can set it up so that it basically I tell it, yeah, look at this RSS feed. Every time you see an entry in this RSS feed, send this entry as an email to the people that have this tag. So there's email notification. And here's the nicest thing. There's email notification, but the event organizer doesn't have access to users' emails. They can email people in a structured way. So they unless they abuse the system, in a very clear manner that basically gets them kicked off of this system. But without blatant abuse, they basically can only email people when a new event comes up, which I think it's nice. And then, this is what I was working on now, there's a calendar. I figured out how to create a calendar using Zine. So I basically template an Ical file, and I created a calendar called Zig Day Milan. The Zig Day Milan one is the one for Zig Day Milan. It contains events. And here's the funny thing. So every time you add a new event, obviously, if you subscribe to the full calendar, you will get also new events in your calendar application. They will automatically show up. But also, if you update a detail about an existing event, there's a system that automatically updates these entries. So for example, when I first generated this event, the £sign had a slash in front because I thought it was necessary, but it wasn't. And so I thought you needed to escape the £sign, but you don't. And so I was able to update this entry and bump up a number, a version number, and the event updated itself automatically, which is pretty nice. And then, yeah, careful though, CryptoCode. If you do webcal, so that, yes, that works. But if you do webcal on that thing doesn't update, well, much. Or rather, that thing, I guess you can do webcal, but it's kind of a silly thing to do because that way you get updates for that event, but then you're basically creating a calendar that will only contain one event forever. So you really want to do the webcal stuff on the other one, the one that contains all entries for this Zig day, and instead you want to just import that one. Yeah, it says subscribe to, but are you subscribed to it as a calendar or as an individual event? Because so the idea is when you open one of these files, so keep this in mind. If you open, yeah, there's a difference. This is the big difference. So this guy, think of it this way: the event calendar, which is Europe Milano /events plural.ics. This one will contain, well, right now only contains one entry, but this one will contain multiple entries over time, while the other one is an individual entry only for this event in question here, Saturday 17th of May. We need also to update. We need to implement this functionality inside. I think that maybe, I need it. Maybe I should just do the work and be a good open source citizen and implement the stuff that I want. But yeah, this is the key difference, and so this is why I'm offering a webcal link for the full calendar, but I'm not offering a webcal link. I'm offering an HTTPS link on to this other guy. So I don't know how your calendar application works because I think so. You get the idea, right? It's two different ways of making it working. One is you import a single event into a calendar that exists that you already own versus subscribing to a calendar. Now, it would be nice if you could be able to subscribe for updates also on individual events if you had the ability to do so. But I don't know what the state of this stuff is. It doesn't seem to be really well specified. I mean, nothing is well specified, I think, in this whole fucking thing. So I don't know actually how the applications behave. But at the very least, the point is like the two main ways, like webcal to subscribe to a calendar versus downloading an ICS file to just add events like one time. That's a distinction that was explained. I think it was explained also in the RFC, but at the very least, the AIs were pretty clear about this stuff. But yeah, it would be cool if you could say, look, it's like, yeah, this is not a full calendar, dude. This is just like one event. Add it. You know what? Now I'm curious. What happens if I do this? Opening calendar. Yeah, you see, it adds this thing. Yeah, so first of all, it's clearly not doing a particularly good job at resolving this URL. So good job, everybody involved. And secondly, it's still considering these a calendar. It's saying you're subscribing to this calendar. But no, the idea is that you want to download this, double click the file, or in any case, open it not as a webcal. I think that you can even open this. No, you can't open it. You can just down. I guess download from mobile, from my mobile phone. It would be more interesting. Maybe it would be more better integrated. Let's see. An ECS file normally contains multiple events. You have just one. Well, is there a different file format to indicate an Ical file that is designed to only describe one event? So if I click on the download single event link on my phone, it shows me, it recognizes, says calendar file available. This website wants to download a file and add it to your calendar. Well, I mean, you're supposed to, well, you decide what you want to do with it, but yes, that's what you're supposed to do. So I click continue, and that creates, yeah, and that allows me to add one event to the calendar. I can preview the event, and then I can add it to the calendar. So yeah, I think this is okay. Yeah. Okay, so that works. That is so cool. Yeah, man, honestly, after setting this whole system up, the email part is the least interesting one. But let's cover all our bases. Really, I like originally thought, oh man, email updates, this is gonna be the pinnacle because RSS feeds. If you're into this stuff, fine, but most people really aren't. So whatever. But you get emails. But now I'm thinking, yeah, but man, the calendar is kind of superior to all these other systems. Calendar is the better RSS feed. That's my take. In any case, we did it. I can set up a Zig day in my garage. I think I can host up to 10 people with tables, chairs, etc. That is definitely a reasonable way of making a Zig day work. Assuming it's not too cold or too warm. Yeah. It's like kind of a soft LAN party if you think about it. Firebase Cloud push notifications next. I used to double with PWAs, progressive web apps, and my conclusion was that those things fucking suck. Not because they're impossible to do correctly, but because vendors like mobile phone vendors, etc., have zero interest in making those things good when they have their app ecosystems. So I remember that back when I was trying this stuff, you could send notifications for PWAs, but you couldn't send payloads in those notifications. So you could send a notification, but there was no way for you to add a body to the notification, like not even metadata. Like you're receiving you receive a new message, and you see usually in the notification a preview of the message. You couldn't. There was no way of making that happen. And then Safari wouldn't allow you to use the microphone. It was so ass, man. Like it was ass all around, 360-degree ass. So yeah, I'm not going to attempt the PWA route. Okay, I'm gonna go get myself some tea, and then maybe we can do a little bit of website design. But this is not bad. So I hope that this is so. First of all, this is a pretty nice like I don't know what to call it, like proof that you can actually get decently far with Zine nowadays. We're not 100% there yet, far from it. There's still websites um, that we can't implement reasonably with Zine, but this one is not trivial at all. This one is kind of convoluted, and it still works mostly fine. We had to make just I have one workaround because of a bug that I've already fixed, but I haven't released yet, and a second regression in this event not having a like a numbering scheme um, because we don't have an easy way of getting this numbering information. Although, to be fair, I mean, first of all, it's something that we could implement. That's for sure. An alternative, you know what? I think I know how to fix all of these problems. I think I know how to fix all of these problems. Oh my god, this is gonna be so good. It's a workaround, but it's a workaround that isn't bad. I'll be right back and then I'll explain what I just realized. BRB. I'm gonna ride the hog and get a cappuccino. Can somebody explain to me what riding the hog means? I mean, oh, right, motorcycle. Okay. I was thinking you meant like, I was wondering if you meant that literally or what. Okay, so here's what I just realized. Hey, Lucas. Hello, riding the moose. So here's what I just realized. We don't need to create a calendar event for every entry in here. We only need to, like the individual one, we only need to create an individual one for the latest one. We don't care about preserving the ones that belong to all events. We really only care about the last one, the latest one. And that solves all our problems. All of them. Want to maintain the ID? No, I think the ID should change also. It's basically, it's going to be placed at the same location, but it's going to be a different file every single time. Actually, to be honest, it doesn't even have to be placed at the same location. But that's still fine, I think, even if we do. Pair entities, you mean like number 1, number 2, number 40. Yeah. And we can actually do that work. Sorry, we can actually make that work easily. So here's how it works. So you see all the changes that we made here. We basically need to undo all of them pretty much. Okay, we undo all of them. We want to come back to loop IT, I think. And then we do need loop. So let me basically, let's get back to having everything. So we have back to having everything. So we don't care about this. We don't care about this. But here we have the loop stuff. So what we can do is change the loop to an if. With first question mark. And this becomes an if. Yeah. Okay, so we have an if. Let's avoid the empty new line. So this is the unique ID. Zig day, generated format, blah, blah, blah. Correct. Zig day, if the title, and now the number. How do we do the number? Well, check this out. The number is going to be page.subpages.len. That's it. That's literally just it. Actually, maybe -1 so that we start with 0. Fuck this -1 thing. Oh no, this works because we do plus -1. Okay. God damn it. Because the reason why it's problematic in other cases is because we can create negative integer literals, but we cannot negate a well, you cannot negate easily a computed number that is inside a variable because we can't just prefix that with a minus. It doesn't work. We don't have support for that in Scripty. And secondly, and that's kind of what we were doing by dividing the value by -1. Normally, you think that you want to multiply by -1 to negate, but also dividing works. It's just like number, but it works. Okay, so description, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I think this works. And so this works, but it requires some things. So it requires us to go into here, take this out, then go in Milano. And this is basically a third version of Milano. Latest event. I'm going to rename this. Maybe instead of events.ecs, it should be like calendar.ecs and then latest, maybe. Events is fine. And then latest.ecs. We don't have the ability to script this output location. Or rather, at the very least, we don't have that within Zine. Okay, so okay, so this works. This link is wrong, so we need to fix links also. Latest. Yeah, that's a decent point. I don't know. Upcoming. Newest. Let's go with upcoming. Is there like an attribute where we can suggest a name for this file? Download equals file name. Nice. I think we can do it like this. Oh, fuck, but we did it also Zig date. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Oh shit, I can't put a number. Fuck. Fuck, I can't put a number. When suffixing stuff. You know what? Just give it a number. So it's gonna be dollar page dot sub pages dot len. Oh, but then we need to provide a file extension as well, don't we? What happens if you don't suggest a file extension? Yeah, we're getting kind of screwed, honestly. We're getting kind of screwed hard by the fact that I don't have the ability to turn a number into a string. Why is MDN so down below? Jesus Christ. Attributes. Okay, download. Yeah, fuck. This doesn't work. Okay, in fuck it. Upcoming.ecs is fine. The problem with FMT is that it doesn't accept numbers as values, unfortunately, currently. That's the problem. Okay, so we have this. And then in event as HTML, so in each individual event, now there's a problem. How do we link? How do we add this event to your calendar? Well, first of all, the answer is that this has to be conditional. So we only have the ability to do so if we have, if we are the last event. So we need to do this. Which, by the way, this is also like another case where we kind of want to be, we would be nice to know our own like index, although in this case it would be like a big number, but then we don't know how, well, in any case, doesn't matter. Dollar page dot parent section dot sub pages dot first question mark, which is actually definitely there because otherwise there can't be any other case. By any case, so CTX that's the idea. Is the link to the first page the same link as mine? If so, then I'm the latest event, and what I can link to is upcoming.ics. Yeah. Technically, the event also, the date should be in the future. Actually, that's another check that works pretty well, to be honest. And dollar page dot date dot gt dollar build dot generated. Yeah, just a double check. We change these to less than, it goes away. GT is correct. That works. Okay. Not bad. Not bad at all. So I think with this we are kind of done with our like kind of stuff arc. We are kind of done. Yeah, there we go. That works. Yeah, nice. This is all well and good. Yeah, so we need to be able to, what would be nice is to be able to add a duration to this date. The ability to add durations to a date would be nice. The ability to add, maybe subtract also durations. The ability to, yeah, I don't know. Okay, that seems good. Uh, do there's timestamps. Why do you want addition? Because we have start and end, and currently we are generating events that start and end at the same time, and yeah, that's not great. Also, I'm noticing that these dates are kind of wrong. Fuck, you know what? I'm realizing that I'm generating wrong dates because I'm doing the in thing causes the date to be generated wrong. Yeah, I want the time zone. Fuck. Okay, we need to implement the other system. We cannot do in ourselves. We need to specify it here. I just realized that there is no other way. Yeah, the Z is not what's causing the problem. Yeah. No, they're not the arch enemy. Actually, time zones so far are like the most straightforward thing in this whole mess of a file format. Okay, so we need to change both calendar and event, upcoming event. So we need to do the location thingy. Where is it? You can add a V time zone thing. Okay. I think in our case, we just want the ZID. Like this. Okay. So creation timestamp, that's fine. Start. So we cannot do that. We cannot do in. We have to do colon text equals ctx.tc. It's actually not that bad, honestly. Like this. Like this. That's it, actually. No, fuck. Okay. Wait, did I fuck up DZ? Oh god. Is there going to be a So Freaking Love this year? No, probably next year. I would say almost certainly next year. And to be clear, almost certainly in this context means I am very confident that I will be able to make a So Freaking Love for next year. Not that there is a small chance that it will happen this year. This year is no. Next year is almost certainly. Okay, let's see what these files look like and try to validate them. See how well we do. Zig Day upcoming events. Fuck. Now it's becoming Zig Day schedule. This thing doesn't know what it's doing. So this is schedule 2 now. Oh, you know what was causing probably different things? Maybe it recognizes the file format and previously was having trouble parsing it, but now it can. I don't know. What? The TZD property must not be applied to daytime properties would... Oh, I forgot to take out the Z, didn't I? Yeah, I forgot to take out the Z. Okay, let's take out the Z. Are you happy now? Invalid the ZID value or missing V time zone component. No, you must be joking, dude. Europe, Berlin. What about Berlin? I have to specify those? No, dude. You really have to specify those. So the problem is this. This is the really annoying problem. We don't have right now in Zine a way of saying fuck. Oh man, we really would benefit from having location support in date literals. Without that, we're kind of in a shitty situation, honestly. Okay, I guess the temporary solution is gonna be this. The temporary solution is gonna be so no. Okay, there is no fucking way I'm gonna specify the time zone information in these things. Um, like, come on. It is so annoying. So technically, we have this info, but it's all ass. At this point, what we really would be fine with is specifying the date as a UTC daytime as a UTC daytime. That would work. The problem is that the user doesn't know how to specify these things doesn't want to specify these things like that. We really kind of want force uh force location, huh? Force TZ. We kind of want that after all. Hmm. Okay, what previously was an annoying limitation for Zig Show, this is kind of a showstopper for Zig Day. It really is kind of a showstopper. I think it's time we need to release a new version of Zine that supports this stuff. Even in temporary form. Because without that, we're kind of fucked. The alternative is to treat those as floating things temporarily. You know what? Here's how we can unblock ourselves. We make them floating, and that's kind of it. Not easy ID. Oops. This this kind of sucks, but this is gonna work. So where are you going to get the time zone from? The answer is for now I won't. For now I treat them as floating times. I will leverage the fact that both the person that has scheduled event and the person who is looking at event both exist in the same time zone, and that will work out. That is not fully correct because the person who is looking at the event is not necessarily going to be in the same time zone. And so it would be nice if the calendar didn't fuck that up. Although, you know what? Maybe I take this back. It's it's wrong, but it's not as wrong as I thought. So the way it works is this, right? This thing shows up like you're in North America, for example, and this event is supposed to start at 9 a.m., but in Milan. So you will see it at 9 a.m. in your calendar. That is wrong. But if you're flying over for this event and you come in, then the event will still show up. Even when you change your time zone, that event will still show up at 9 a.m. So you will still get the correct information. The moment this becomes wrong is, for example, if the event intends to also live stream something. If the event intends to live stream something, then it will show up as 9 a.m. on your calendar. But if you stay in, let's say, New York, then you will think that at 9 a.m. this thing is going to be live, but it won't because it's going to be live way later in the day for you. 9 a.m. in Milan, it's like 3 p.m. in New York. So did you account for relativity? So floating dates are wrong-ish, but they're not a showstopper, okay, in this case. But we're definitely feeling the pain of not being able to set the time, of specifying the time zone of a date on creation. Well, no, the point is, feels like an excuse. It's not an excuse. I'm going through exactly what people will experience when these things happen. The point is, in my mind, this is a feature that Zeit needs. The ability to specify a location when defining a date literal. Because all of these would be fixed with that. All of it. Like we wouldn't be really batting an eye at all if we were able to do that. Because the way it would work is that we would say, well, we would basically be able to put here the UTC date, but currently we can't put here the UTC date, unfortunately. So this is how we do it for now. And then as soon as, pretty much as soon as Zeit gains the capability, we switch over to the better system. That's the idea. No, those timestamps are fine because those timestamps are actually correctly generated as UTC times, and they will be coherent. Let's see. Okay, let's validate the other thing, the event calendar. I mean, it's pretty much the same, but just to be sure. Okay. So with this, if I now go here and also update here the event and I give it version 2, so what are we doing here? Actually, I did this already, right? This is these are like just fixes and renames. Okay, let's see where that brings us. And then maybe we start looking into the Zite code base. To be clear, crypto code, the reason why those other dates are fine is because those other dates are generated from dollar build.generated, which is a correct server generated timestamp managed by Zine. But in these other cases, the reason why this is not correct is because these other dates are written down by humans in markdown files. So it's basically the creator of this event wants to say that this event starts at 9:30. Um, for them, this is how you do it. I guess now that I think about it, we could put the offset in here. Um, Zite does support putting the offset here. So that would be what 0020 or something. But the problem is that that also changes over time. All right, 0200. The problem is that also changes over time. Like you need to realize when daylight savings is coming or not coming. That fucking sucks. While being able to do this, that is so much better. Anyway. So we deployed. And now, if I go to my calendar, so my calendar was wrongly saying that the event starts at 1 p.m. Refresh all. This is so funny that this is the only empty space where I can do refresh all. Everything else is kind of wrong for no good reason, but is this now better? Yeah. 9:30 to 11:30. Did I forget to remove a Z? You know what? Maybe I did forget to remove a Z after all. Somewhere. Oh, fuck. No, I forgot to remove these in time zone, which is wrong. Honestly, now that I think about it, maybe people should be able to specify um, the end time. Well, they should be, you know what? They should specify the duration. And then we should be able to do addition over the duration. You know what? Let's implement these on our end. This is something that Zite supports, and we don't. So let's add it to Zine, and then we are gonna have enough stuff to make a release of Zine, I think. Changes to path table and main. What? Okay. I made a module. I typoed this. Oh, and I fixed path table tests. That's what I did. Okay, we're leaving everything behind. So add parameters are going to be dot int, an int and a string, and it returns a date. Add a given duration to the receiver date. You're able to remove weeks? No. People can do times 7, I guess. Months? I don't know. Let's stop here for now. I don't know if there's like weird implications that I'm not thinking about right now. Hmm. It could be nice if you could do like one M5S, but people normally will not need to be this granular, I suspect. So now the problem is it's like a switch, basically, right? Nah, whatever. Okay. So we have the unit. They also need to be positive. Right. Yeah, we think about it in a moment. Okay, so I was correct in stating that duration stops at days. There's also milli, micro, and nano. Do we add support for those? Nano, micro, milli. Yeah. Okay, then we add d, or there's also dt dot underscore inst dot subtract. Right. So how do we do this? I guess we can put the restriction that it needs to be positive, and then we add subtract. That seems reasonable. Yeah, it can be 0. That's pretty much it. Let's see. Expected the integer or vector found d dot value. Yeah. Oh, it can return overflow. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay. So now we can Zig build. So now we can go to the event page. You can add duration. I said it's 8 hours. Right. 9 hours. Well, I guess people decide what they want to do, but let's say that it's 9 hours. So then now we can do date dot add page dot no, is it page? No, it's loop. IT custom get duration hours. Hour. Okay, so this should specify the end in a nicer manner. Let's do it also on the other file. unknown duration unit. Oh, that's from when I wrote hours earlier. Okay. I think that's kind of it. So if it works, now I'm going to the event. I'm going to update the version to version 3. And I'm going to commit. Fuck, I can't. Because we added new capabilities to Zine. We need to make a Zine release. Okay. Push this on the Yak stack. And let's go work on a release for Zine. Push. I'm going to merge this. The other one. Uh, man, counseling text. But it's such an evil function. Holy shit. Okay, I'll think about it more. Okay. So with this, I think we're kind of ready for a new release. Let's check the CI is green. Actually, I can do Z test also locally. Okay. Well, I'm gonna start tagging. The speed releases in the meantime. Okay, seems like we're good. Push tags. New release. Okay, this changelog sucks. Thank you, GitHub. Um, Now, the problem is this entry doesn't exist yet. So I guess we need to save this as a draft. Or no, we publish this even though it's not up yet, and then fuck it. I guess we can start typing it up to reduce that window. The playlist is Zelda and Chill, I think, from game something something. Okay, now we need to see the. Wait, you actually need to see the delta. Hmm. Yeah, it improves that, but the point is, like, you're doing testing. Why Helix over Neovim? It has a simpler keybind scheme. It has a more complete out of the box experience. And these two things help me get used to model editors. NeoVim is more, well, Vim in general is more like the Far West. You compose what you want to, what you want it to do, but you have to know how to do that, which is not just a matter of like you need to know how to wire in extensions. You also need to like design your keybinds, that kind of stuff. And I'm not super into fiddling with my editor or anything really. So Helix, it works. It's not bad. I've updated SuperMD, but what did we do to SuperMD? No, where's the link to PR? Okay, that's what we do. What we did to SuperMD, because we did shit to SuperMD. That's for sure. And I learned that I behind those tiny commits on Zine can hide a bunch of stuff. April 9th. I think these other changes were already in there, right? Let me see. So this is my new entry, what the previous one had. Yeah. So we just fixed the crash. Okay, and finally, the big thing, daytime. That's it. Okay, so with this, we can, well, pray that everything goes well first try, I guess. Publish the release. Push Zin SSG. Fuck, we failed. How? Exec format error. Oh god. How do we fuck this up? Exec format error. What? What? God, down speed is slow as fuck. Jesus Christ. Uh yeah, true. That makes sense. Exact format error. Not an end file. What? What happened, dude? How how did we fuck up that archive? How did we create a borked build? What? Something went really wrong. Holy shit. Yeah, something must have gone wrong because to be fair, we didn't go through this like giga lockup moment. By the way, I'm moving my mouse. It's like the computer just can't do it. It's like it's fucking dying. We didn't go through this moment, through this phase, so something definitely pooped itself while we were building. Okay, let's see if we can successfully build the website this time. Well, I'm testing in production. I could re-download this stuff, test it locally, but whatever. Let's just see if the website works. It does. Okay, we built it correctly this time. Cool. Okay, so new website is up, new zine is up, new everything is up. Pop the stack, close this, close this. Close this. We're back to Zig Day, where we have this duration stuff. Now in workflow NPR, we want to say, we want to move to new zine. Git push. Perfect, real fast. Everything worked already. So now I can go here. Let's see. Let's watch this event go from 9:30, blah blah blah, to the correct duration. Refresh all. Let's wait for refresh to finish. Also, surprising that there is no like refresh this one thing that I'm right clicking on, but okay, there's only refresh all. There you go, 9:30 to 18:30. Boom, it works. So we got that working. This is pretty nice, I would say. Nice. Okay. So I think we had definitely an eventful stream. That's for sure. Stuff happened. We implemented stuff. We actually did a lot of coding, honestly. We didn't write a ton of like lines of code, but what we did was kind of nuanced and we got it all working. No sweat. So that's pretty cool. So with this in mind, I think I'm going to call it a day, also because I have a meeting in like less than an hour. So thank you all. And I think I'll see you next time. Let me see if anybody's doing Zig streaming so I can rate them. Otherwise, I'm just going to be lazy and call it a day.